Rockwell Souvenirs, racer registration, racer merchandise area. After you go through there, go get yourself some yummy cheese curds, a bacon cheeseburger basket. Concession stands open. Look forward to having a great weekend here at Rock Falls Raceway. Final day. On track action. While you're there, walk around, check out the Cruising Car Show. What a great automobile showing up. Support this race this weekend. Here we go, Nostalgia, Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car action. We're on our way. Attention in a bit. Bob Sherwood or Gene Beckelmeyer. Please report to the scale area. Midwest class racer, either Bob Sherwood or Gene Beckelmeyer. Got a couple cars that want to scale here before the first round. Once again, Midwest class racers, either Bob Sherwood or Gene Beckelmeyer. Can show up to the scales, that'd be great. Now here we go with time trial action here for the Nostalgia class. It's going to be Will Kennedy and Jake Melgren. Jake out of Young America, Minnesota on the Fast Freddy side. We're on the Auto Valley side out of Omaha, Nebraska. It's that Will Kennedy. Check out this next pair up on the starting line. Jim Hagenoff over on the Fast Freddy side, out of Old Summit, Missouri. TriTech Builders. Sponsor on that gorgeous looking low bar. That's Jay Frankie. Jay out of Fulton, Illinois. Holy cow! Jim Hagenoff on the hooks and carried him about 150 feet. Set that low bar now. His number 4 on the reaction time stops the timers. 9:37.9 at 140. What a wheelie. Look at that gorgeous looking ballpark. Now we got Brad Hedlund out of Marathon, Wisconsin. John Reesich. Well, John's out of River Falls. He's on the Fast Freddy side. Brad Hedlund is on a Marathon over on the Auto Valley side. Minnesota over on the Fast Freddy side. Georgia. Made the trip all the way up here to Rock Falls Raceway in Wisconsin. And Jim Kruger, Jim out of Sparta, Wisconsin. He's over on the Auto Valley side. Now Brett Wheeler, you see that number 1? Well, that he's the reigning, defending Nostalgia Superstock World Champ. Jim Kruger, 976. They're just going to bring up Al Corna. Now on outbound Wisconsin over on the Fast Freddy side. And Jason Barons. Jason on Edgar, Wisconsin. Over on the Auto Valley side. First round, stock, super stock, the D side of the ladder. D is a David, side of the ladder. First round, stock, super stock. This is your call. Once again, the D is a David, side of the ladder. Stock, super stock, this is your call. And Jerry Shilkrick and Pat Kane. Jerry Stellarite on a Goodyear, Minnesota. We're on the Fast Freddy side. Going to stop the timer at 10:52. Patrick Kane, 11:13, 121. It's going to bring up Tim Merrick and that Doug Dool. Doug out of New Bow, Indiana, ATI Performance Parts. Gorgeous looking Plymouth wagon, the Dragon wagon. And Tim Merrick out of Dodge Center, Minnesota. Now, gorgeous looking Oldsmobile. Doug Dool in that wagon. He's been known to hang the hoops pretty high in that thing. Check that out. Photo opportunity coming up here on the Fast Freddy side. Check the timer out on that wagon. Going to go through at 9:23, 144. Tim Merrick. He goes through at 11:92 at 1:13. That's going to bring up that Christopher Tackus out of Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Chris on the Fast Freddy side. That's that Bruce Lang. Bruce is out of Marathon, Wisconsin. He's over on the Auto Valley side. Once again, stock, super stock. Stock, super stock. The D side of the ladder. D is a David side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. This is your second call to the lanes for round number 1. Stock, super stock. The D is a David side of the ladder. Round number 1 to the lanes. Back Christopher Dacus. Gonna be stopping the timers down there on the big end. 10:48, 126. Bruce Lang, 9:45 at 140. A little quiet action. We're going to do some touch-up on the starting line and get it ready for round number 1. Stock, super stock. The D side of the ladder. D is in David side of the ladder. Round number 1 to the staging lanes. All we got your attention here. we got Billy Bucks available for the stock super stock cars. The first car to run dead on zero, gonna get $200 with a winning run, dead on zero, $200 courtesy of our friend Bill Feist. Yeah, Bill happens to be in Southern California right now for a, kind of one of those birthday parties that you can't miss. A 90-plus-something-year-old birthday party. Bill Feist needed not to be here, but he's still got Billy Bucks available. First car on a winning run, they're on dead on zero. Gonna get some Billy Bucks courtesy of our friend Bill Feist. Come see me in the tower with your time slip. I got the cash in hand. Time right now is 10:35. Next time these guys are coming up in the stock super stock class, it's going to be an elimination round. The folks involved in the muscle car index class and the nostalgia super stock nostalgia muscle car, well, they're going to put their index on the board and they're going to get a qualifier the next time they're up. Then we're going to put them on a ladder, get them ready for racing. But right now, stock, super stock, Midwest class racers, stock, super stock, the D is in David, side of the ladder, round number 1. This is your final call. Final call, stock, super stock, the D side of the ladder, final call. Racers, we got the racer raffle going on at the summit tent, adjacent to the staging lanes. Make sure you periodically check the whiteboard. Winners are being drawn on the hour. Now, once again, the racer raffle at the summit tent, adjacent to the staging lane. Racers, make sure you check, see if you got the winning ticket. A lot of great products there, courtesy of Summit and CTECH, and a bunch of other sponsors. A great day of racing action here. We got great weather. Look forward to kicking off some elimination rounds here. And if you're looking for a souvenir, make your way over to the merchandise area and racer registration and grab yourself Rock Falls Raceway souvenir, as well as walking around in the pits and that Doug Duel with that Dragon Wagon and competing in stock eliminator. He's got some t-shirts for sale, and I'm sure several other drivers do. If you're looking for a souvenir, make sure you walk around. Check out some of these cars up person in the pit area. And while you're walking around, we got that Cruise-In car show going on adjacent to the starting line here, the tower. A lot of great automobiles over there. I'm looking at a couple Mopars, a little short box Chevy pickup truck. They'll be pulling in and out all day. And make sure you check out that and all the food that we got in the concession stand. And lunch is going to be served here quickly. Grab yourself some cheese curds or a bacon cheeseburger basket with some fries. Look forward to having a great day of racing action here at Rock Falls Raceway. Final call. D as in Delta, D as in David, D as in Dwayne, side of the ladder, stock, super stock, final call. Let's get this show on the road. Get some racing done here at Rock Falls Raceway. 104 cars in a qualifying attempt today. Now, last year we had 117, and considering all things, that's a pretty darn impressive turnout. cars showing up in the lanes now, and you're wondering what might be happening at a stock super stock race. Why aren't we getting the show on the road? Well, they get up there and find out who their opponent is, and typically flip a coin or play rock, paper, scissors, or whatever they do to decide the lane choice. Then we get them paired up and suited up. It takes a little bit, but we'll be bringing you some action here shortly. Competitors in Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, and the Muscle Car Index class, make sure you get your index to Larry there in the staging lane. So we need to get that up in the tower so we can get you on a qualifier sheet before your next pass. Now, you've had about 15-20 minutes now. We said 20 minutes. So if you know your index, go see Larry up in the staging lanes. We need your index. If you're involved in that Muscle Car Index class and the Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, get that so we can get that in a computer so we can qualify you on your next pass. Prep, we just got done dragging down the 8th mile. Getting that all finished up, and I see the boss man, Dean Lee, looking over the track right now. Want to thank Dean and CTECH, along with the Midwest Class Racers, allowing us to put on this race here for you folks this weekend. 7th Annual CTECH Badger Classic. Well, drivers, I see handshakes and quarters, and there's one game of rock, paper, scissors. I knew somebody would be playing rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. Drivers getting into their cars. We're going to have first round here in a moment. We got the first couple pairs designated. We're getting ready to go. Once again, stock, super stock, the D is in David, side of the ladder. If you're not in the lanes, we need you. sprayed it all down and drag it, and just going to wait for that glue to dry for a little bit, a couple seconds here. We're going to get on the way with round number 1, stock, super stock. See the first couple paired up. Good job, racers. Got to move this show along here at the 7th annual CTECH Badger Classic. Once again, if you're looking for a souvenir from the weekend, just stop by Racer Registration in the merchandise area. Grab yourself a Rock Falls Raceway souvenir. And while you're there, go get yourself some yummy cheese curds in the concession stand, a cheeseburger, and all the other baskets. Grab yourself a Pepsi. And racers, make sure you check the summit tent, Racer Registration, for all the raffle items. See if you got the lucky raffle ticket. Now, give it a couple seconds to tack up, and we'll be ready for round number 1. And I got our chaplain, Dave Check, Racer for Christ chaplain here, Dave Check. We're going to play the American National Anthem, but first, I'm going to get a word, an invocation from Mr. Dave Check. So ladies and gentlemen, it's that time of the day. Stand up, remove your caps, and please bow your head. I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. David Check for our invocation.
Thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this beautiful day you've given us here at this beautiful facility. I thank you for all those who are here today working, making it possible for those of us who are racers to come out and play around. I thank you, Lord, for all the racers, all those who are here spectating. I pray that you keep us all safe. Give us a blessed day. We just thank you and praise you in Jesus' name. Amen.
We thank you very much, Mr. David Check. And now, please remain standing and your caps removed as we present to you our American National Anthem. Racing action. Midwest Class Racers proudly brings to you the 7th annual CTECH Badger Classic, round number 1. Looks like we got a pair of Camaros lining up. Looks like it's going to be that Glenn Domingue, Glenn in the NHRAnumbers.com, AA stock automatic, Glenn signed design car. He's going to be over on the Auto Value side. We got that Duke automobile. Yeah, coming up. Over on the Fast Freddy side. Round number 1, stock super stock. Live to fight again another day. Glad to meet you with the round win. It's going to bring up Randy Quam and Eric Shepard. Randy, GTF automatic car on the Otto Valley side out of Eagan, Minnesota. Competition engines, sponsored for Randy Quam. Eric Shepard, that's a B-stick car. He's out of Patterson, Minnesota. 1050 the dial for Eric Shepard. Slows down to an 11:24. Not exactly sure what happened to that Dan Johnson car. The car left with a 007 light and then just kind of slowed down to 60 foot. C side of the ladder. Stock, super stock, final call, the C side of the ladder. If you have a heads up, Dan Jans, Randy Mans. I know Randy's already weighed. His car's back there in the lanes. Dan Jans, if you have not weighed, we need you to the scales. Prior to your round one matchup with Randy Mans. It's going to bring up that Dave Peach. 72 Mustang Fastback, GT L car, L5 to dial. And Tyler Wedge. Tyler, the GT Whole Wagon out of Watertown, South Dakota. 1118 the dial. Gonna get the win. It's gonna bring up Bruce Lang and Chris Knudsen. Chris, the C-stick guard, out of Grunway, Iowa. 10:52 the dial, Bruce Lang. Now, Bruce out of Marathon, Wisconsin. 9:57 the dial. Hey, once again, Bill Shepard. Get on 0. Gonna get yourself $200 Billy Bucks. Congratulations, Bill Shepard. Come see me in the tower. I got your money. Bruce Lang, Chris Knudsen. Was 001 red. It's going to bring up Fred Ringley out of Harrisville, Iowa. 1111 the dial. Superstock Elkhart on the auto value side. And Tate Steenies. B-stock automatic Chevelle out of Clamath, Iowa. 1043 the dial. And once again, Bill Shepard. Hey, congratulations. Dead on 0. Going to get yourself $200 for Billy Bucks. Now the win line in a breakout is going to go over to Pete Steves, 10.46.0 to 10.43. Fred Ramley broke out by a bunch. It's going to bring up Jamie Peach and Stephanie Diekema. Stephanie out of Bluegrass, Iowa, 10.00 the dial. And that Jamie Peach, that F-stock automatic Buick line performance out of Oakdale, Minnesota, 10.80 the dial for Jamie Peach. Staging up ever so carefully. Jamie Peach, Stephanie Diekema. Wisconsin, 978 the dial for Langer, and Bob Seagraff. Bob out of Otter Creek, Iowa, 1040 the dial for Seagraff. Pair of Fords. Last call for Randy Hopkins. Go down to Rob Seagraff as Langer breaks out. John McLaughlin, Mike Shapansky. Mike Shapansky in the wagon out of Winona, 1345 the dial on the Tokyo Rose Car. Prairie Island Race Cars is sponsored. John McLaughlin, Grafton, North Dakota. The Roadrunner. G-Stick Car, 1112 the dial. Once again, Randy Hopkins. Randy Hopkins, you're needed in staging immediately. John McLaughlin runs 11:28. Margin of victory at the stripe 0-0-3. That's going to bring up Doug Dool and Mike 1. Mike out of Bettendorf, Iowa on the Fast Freddy side, 9:48 the dial. And Doug Dool, 10:25 the dial for the Newburgh, Indiana driver. ATI Performance product is sponsored for Doug Dool. Just as I thought, that's going to go in a double breakout over to Doug Dool. Doug has the better weight. Going to get the win. It's going to bring up Randy Shepard and Tank Bees. Tank Bees in the Superstock Cake out of St. Paul's, the 70 CUDA. 1099 the dial. And Randy Shepard, 1015 the dial. The Great Pumpkin out of Holman, Wisconsin, the Ace Stock Car. Kearney, Nebraska. 953 the dial, and Bill Winstra. Bill out of Mitchell, South Dakota. 1020 the dial for the Copo Camaro. Oh, excuse me, that's just the 2015 Camaro. It's red. It's on the Auto Valley side. Staging up against that David Bogner. That green light start. One of the drivers is playing with 300s on the starting line advantage. And that's going to go over to the winner in a double breakout. That David Bogner had a little bit better light. Going to get the win. 952 for Bogner. Ryan Korish, Neil Webster. Korish, the B-stick car out of Mindoro, Wisconsin. 1038 the dial. Neil Webster out of Little Canada, Minnesota. The G-Stock automatic car. 1170 the dial for Neil Webster. He's out of New London, Minnesota. It's a 2016 Copo Camaro. 895 the dial for Dustin Nelson. Stock Super Stock, B side of the ladder. B is a boy, side of the ladder. Stock Super Stock, B side of the ladder. We need you to the lanes. Nebraska, 1079 the dial. Gene Mospec, 1043 out of Finlandson, Minnesota. Once again, stock, super stock. The B is a boy, side of the ladder. We need you to the lanes. B is a boy, side of the ladder. We need you to the lanes. That's a heads up run we got with that Mr. Jans and Randy Vance. I know Randy scaled Mr. Jans. We need you to the scales. Mospec going to get the win, 1046-2 on a 1043 dial. As Palmarola breaks out, Jordan Jurgens, John Overby. Jordan, the winner of the Gamblers race we had here on Friday, out of Watertown, South Dakota, 1106 the dial. John Overby, 1004. Stock automatic, 64 Plymouth. He's out of Big Lake, Minnesota. 1042 the dial for Russ Kramer. CTECH automatic car out of Bettendorf, Iowa. 994 the dial. And Joe Harry. Joe out of Fernie, South Dakota. Harry Implement, the sponsor on that car. Beautiful chameleon color drag top, B-stock automatic car. 1037 the dial. Stock, super stock. The B is in boy, side of the ladder. Final call. Stock, super stock. The B side of the ladder. Final call. ready side, 1043 the dial. Excuse me, Tom Mosbeck. Tom, 1114 the dial on a Finlandson motor. Engelhard Performance car, the F stock automatic car. Mustang, and that's a 2015 Camaro. James Gleason, Clarksville, Iowa. Holt Kinetic Solutions, 959 the dial. Stay in it. Sometimes discretion's the better part of valor. Bob Sherwood, unfortunately, or fortunately, kept it off the wall. Did not get the win. It's going to bring up Gene Mosbeck. Pearson, Superstock K, AMX, out of Stewartville, Minnesota, 1046 the dial, and Shane Martinet, it's a Superstock N car, out of Edwardsville, Kansas, 1066 the dial, a little 84 Mustang. Wisconsin, 1127 the dial. Now Brett, been there, done that. Won national events, divisionals, Jags All-Stars. The win list is a mile long for Brett Spear. Superstock, the B side of the ladder, B side of the ladder, final call. Stock Superstock, B side of the ladder, final call. Gonna get a competition by. He was to face Randy Hopkins. Randy doesn't make the call. This is Al Porter gonna get a buyer on competition by. 26 on reaction time. It's down on 4. Gonna get the win. It's gonna bring up that Kevin Leinart out of Dakota City, Nebraska. 1307 to dial, the R stock automatic car. And Nick Bredimus. Nick, yourself, this is that Randy Klein. He was trying to get that car to run 10s. That's a Nomad wagon out of Lincoln, Nebraska, Superstock N. He went in the 10s this morning. He's got a 10 dialed on it, 1099 the dial. Tom Lewis, J-Stock automatic car out of Hudson. It's a 65 Chevelle, 1198 the dial for Tom Lewis. Watch this Nomad. It's an absolute gorgeous car. Here at the 7th annual CTECH Battery Classic. Randy Klein wheels up launch. Got a definite reaction time advantage about one of the drivers. Let's see what happens 1,320 feet later. Now the red light, that's going to go over to that Randy Klein who had an 015 light, runs an 11 flat with a 5 on a 1099 dial. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock. The A side of the ladder. A side of the ladder, first call. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder, first call. That's going to bring up that Randy Mans and that Dylan James. This is a heads up run. Heads up. This is a heads up run. So the first car to the finish line going to get the win. That's going to bring up Greg Anderson and Art T-Bear. Art out of Tilbury, Ontario, 1185 the dial on the Fast Ready side. Greg Anderson. Greg out of DeWitt, Iowa. That's a GTQ automatic 69 Camaro, 1149 the dial for Anderson. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder, second call. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder, second call. Now the red light's going to shine for Art T-Bear. Goes 001 red. The winner going to be that Greg Anderson. Now that's going to be this Rick Johnson. Rick, the Superstock B automatic car out of Wayzata, Minnesota. Been doing this a long time. 945 to dial on the Fast Ready side. And that Tanner Weiss. That's an H stock automatic Corvette out of Sioux Falls. 1131 to dial for Tanner. These cars are both going to hang the hoops high. So if you want a photo opportunity, I'm going to say focus on that Corvette. Over on the Auto Valley side. Stock Superstock, A side of the ladder, final call. Stock Superstock, A side of the ladder, final call. Again, Tanner Weiss the winner, via the red light. For Mike Johnson, that's going to bring up that Corey Hopkins. Corey out of North Branch, Minnesota, 69 Dart, 1089 the dial for Corey Hopkins. We're on the Fast Freddy side. Hey, check this out. This is a B front wheel stick car. St. Louis Park, Minnesota. That's Steve Schultz. 1389 the dial. That's going to be a 3-second head start. Corey Hopkins going to have to wait, chase him down. See how this happens? 1,320 feet later. Yeah. Hopkins carefully staged up. Now one of the drivers has got a 1/10 of a second. Yes, a 1/10 of a second starting line advantage. And that's going to go to that winner, Corey Hopkins. Corey goes 046 on the reaction time. Runs a 1094.5 on a 1089 dial. Fortunately, Steve Schultz, his reaction time started with a 1. More often than not, that's not going to get the job done. Continue on here with stock, super stock action. The 7th annual CTECH Battery Classic. Once again, race fans, if you want a shirt for a souvenir, merchandise area, racer registration, grab yourself a Rock Falls Raceway t-shirt. While you're there, grab some lunch. It's at 11:30 hour right now. Great time to grab some cheese curds or a bacon cheeseburger basket. Have yourself a great day here. Check out the car show across the way, that Cruise In Car Show. stick cars. That's that John Halkey, John the F-Stick Chevy Nova, 1078 the dial on the Auto Valley side. And that Johnny Niekema, the runner-up in the Stick Challenge on Friday. It's a double-A stick car, 10 flat the dial for the Bluegrass, Iowa driver on the Fast Freddy side. Watching the dogs and the kids. Well, either way, Riley's up on the line right now. Dave Goldie out of Maple Grove, Minnesota. 1125 the dial for Goldie, the GTQ automatic car. See what happens as we get down the track. Dave Goldie had the superior of the lights, but Riley Spear going to get the win on the breakout. Riley goes 0.76 to Dave Goldie's 0.27. That Dave Goldie broke out by more, going to get the win to Riley Spear. Got a little downtime here as we wait for the A side of the ladder to get paired up. And we were talking about Billy Bucks. Our friend Bill Feist was unable to make it this weekend as he's in Southern California for one of those kind of birthdays that you can't miss. I believe it was either a 90 or a 95th birthday for a close family member. I know Bill Feist really wanted to be here, but he gave me strict orders that he was still going to participate in the Billy's box like he does at a lot of these events, for the first car that in the stock super stock class that goes dead on zero in a winning run. I got the driver up here who happens to be a longtime friend of mine, or at least an acquaintance. I would say we're friends. But Bill Shepard bought my first race car from me in 1996. He turned it into a stock eliminator car. I had it as a bracket car. He turned around and sold that, made some money, I imagine, and bought this new Camaro that you got, Firebird, sorry, Pontiac Firebird. And he was the winner of the Billy Box, the $200, first person to run dead on zero. Not only does run the dead on zero, it goes 0.14 on the reaction time. I got him up here, I'm going to hand him the $200. Bill Shepard, give me a couple words. What do you think about the track here at Rock Falls Raceway and today in your Billy Box?
This is a very nice facility. Mr. Greenheck has put a lot of money in and done it right. It's awesome. Traction is good this morning. I didn't think I was going to break or be that close, but you know, I took the start by a lot more than I wanted to. So, but I got lucky is what I got. So thank you.
Well, you got lucky and you got yourself $200 of Billy Bucks. First competitor that runs dead on zero.
Well, I got to thank Bill Feist for the money, so I'll see him sometime down the road and thank him again.
Yeah, maybe buy him a beer.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, hey, speaking about beers, I want to thank the Shepherd Camp. They were gracious enough to invite me over last night, had a great meal, had some great fellowship, had a couple of adult beverages, and relived a lot of drag racing over in the Shepherd Camp. Always a good time. That's what one of the cool things is. I meet so many great people, and you make friends instantly because we all have that common bond, and that's drag racing. Whether you're doing it with an automatic or a stick or a Ford or Chevrolet or a Mopar, we're all friends. It's going to bring up that Adam Messon, bring in Dave Check. Dave, our Racer for Christ chaplain. 11:55 the dial for the Fremont, Nebraska driver on the Fast Freddy side. And Adam Messon, bring Adam out of Rochester, Minnesota. 10:72 the dial. Muscle Car Index cars. Muscle Car Index. Muscle Car Index cars. This is your first call to the staging lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Muscle Car Index, lanes 5 and 6. You need to have your index on, as this is going to be a qualifying run for you. Once again, Muscle Car Index cars, lanes 5 and 6. Adam Messon, bring Dave Check. Matt Steen goes 10-10 on a 10:09 dial. Had a little bit of a reaction time advantage. Going to get the win. Rochelle T-Bear. GTM car, Lewisburg, Kansas, coming up on the Fast Freddy side. 1011 the dial. And we got that Tyler Beebe. Tyler out of Maple Grove, Minnesota, the E-Stock Automatic. Mopar, 1130 the dial for Tyler Beebe. Classic battle, Chevrolet and Mopar. Coming up here next. 7th Annual CTECH Badger Classic. Staging up. Tyler Beebe is pre-stage. Waiting for Rochelle T-Bear. Lewisburg, Kansas driver. Now she's pre-stage. See what happens. Well, I'm going to tell you this. There was a huge, and I mean huge, starting line advantage. Like 3/10. That's going to go for the winner, Tyler Beebe. Tyler goes 0.53 on your reaction time. Rochelle T-Bear, well, her reaction time, let's just say, was not as good as she was hoping. Tyler Beebe is going to get the win. That's going to bring up that Matt Lund and Sam Grulin. Sam on the Fast Freddy side, the B-Stock Automatic. Iverson Auto sponsor. Car out of White Lake, South Dakota. 1008 the dial. Matt Lund. Superstock I Automatic car. He's out of Bettendorf, Iowa. 981 the dial for Matt Lund. Now the win light going to go to Matt Lund. 983.8 on the 981 dial. Now that's going to bring up a pair of stick cars. That's at Larry Henderson out of Liberty, Missouri. 1052 the dial on the Auto Value side. And that Jim Parsons. Friday's winner of the Midwest Factory Finishes Stick Shift Challenge. That's that Parsons guy. 1081 the dial for the Kearney, Nebraska driver. I stand corrected. That'd be Kearney, Missouri. Jim Parsons, Kearney, Missouri driver. Now the reaction time advantage. Gonna go over to Larry Henderson, and Larry Henderson's gonna get the win. Well, Larry had 600ths of a second in the bank and took out the Stick Challenge champion. It's going to bring up Dirk Olson and Russ Spear. Russ out of Ottertail, Minnesota. 1136 the dial for Russ Spear on the Fast Freddy side, and Dirk Olson. Dirk on a little cross, Wisconsin, the A-Stick car. 1039 the dial for Dirk. Final call, Muscle Car Index 5 and 6. Final call, Muscle Car Index. Congratulations, Dirk Olson runs dead on zero. Unfortunately, got beat by Bill Shepard to get the Billy Bucks. It's going to bring up Larry Curtis and Jake Belgren. Jake out of Young America, Minnesota, the 79 Skylark. 1151 the dial on the Fast Freddy side. And Larry Curtis, well, that's your number one qualifier. Out of Bethel, Minnesota. 1012 the dial for Larry Curtis. You saw him spin on the starting line, didn't have the reaction time he wanted, but he's going to get the win anyway, as Melgren could not run the number, and Larry Curtis, well, he got lucky. Larry DeForest. He's got a competition by. He was supposed to be running Brad Allgard, but Larry DeForest is going to get a competition by the Brook City, Florida driver, Airlines Components founder. That's Larry DeForest. See the 5-2 on his car. Means he finished number 2 in Division 5 stock eliminated. Now Larry automatically the winner for the next round. Now Bizzle 26 on reaction time. Runs 9:55.4 of 10:60. This is another competition buy. This is Bob Gibson on the Otto Valley side out of Port Byron, Illinois. He was supposed to be taking on Jason Shepard. And Jason had been working on that car all weekend, obviously didn't get it fixed. Come back to the next round. Up the starting line, drivers in the muscle car index class. Heads up, you're next, but we're going to take a little time and touch up the starting line. Be back with the muscle car index class, your qualifying run. qualifications. And now we're going to qualify. The closest to that number, without going under, that's how they're going to qualify in the muscle car index and the Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car class. This is Christopher Dacus and James Miller. Christopher Dacus runs 10:45. James Miller 10:79. You got to dial by the quarter second, so that's why you're wondering. So they can either dial 0 flat, 25, 50, 75. Those are your options in this muscle car index class, along with this Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. Tiffany Bradbro, Oakland, Wisconsin. Steve That's that Pro Charger Corvette that is blasting down the track. Let's see what that thing stops at timers at. That's going to be an 850 with a 5 at 165 miles an hour. Jay, check that out. 165 miles an hour. It's going to bring up that Bruce Lang and Tim Merrick. Bruce Lang, Tim Merrick. Tim Merrick, 1188. It's going to bring up Glenn Domingue doing double duty. Saw Glenn earlier in Stock Superstock program. And he says his index is going to be 1000. And that's Sean Floss out of Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. Sean Floss, 995. Eldon Turner, Jeff Nowak. Jeff, Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin driver on the Fast Freddy side. Eldon Turner out of Hudson, Wisconsin. Spirit in the Sky wagon. Eldon Turner, 1169. He's going to bring up that Kurt Anderson and Shauna Anderson. Now Kurt was a $1,000 raffle winner, second prize yesterday. And that's his gorgeous wife, Shauna, over on the Auto Value side. I wonder if they got a $1,000 bet here. Who's going to keep the money? Who gets to spend it? Shauna goes 1018 at 131. It's going to bring up Kevin Lumpson. Kevin out of Rose City, Texas. Driving one of the Kurt Anderson Autocraft cars. And Jim McMillan. Jim out of Cable, Wisconsin. Remy's Canine Kitchen. 89 Regal. Gary Woody. Gary out of Cook, Minnesota. Woody's racing car. We're on the Auto Value side. Minnesota. The Oldsmobile, 442. Automobile over on the Auto Valley side, Cook, Minnesota. It looks right on the shores of Lake Vermilion. Gary Woody's going to go through 994.1. Scott Barris spun a little bit. Going to go through 1123.0. It's going to bring up Dylan Robson, Mitchell, South Dakota on the Auto Valley side, and Kevin Hall. Kevin out of Burnsville, Minnesota on the fast rate side. That's going to bring up the two-time defending champion, Dalton Johnson out of Eau Claire, 69 Camaro on the fast race side, and Eric Anderson. Eric out of Eau Claire. I'm feeling these two gentlemen know each other. Dalton Johnson, I know, sponsored by Big Block Sean. Big Block Sean Bauer on the Dalton Johnson, 10:47.9. This is going to bring up that Jason Weiler out of Marshville, Wisconsin, 67 Chevelle Malibu. We're on the Auto Valley side, and Don Bauer, Nostalgia Stock, Nostalgia Super Stock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, lane 3 and 4. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, lane 3 and 4. It's going to bring up Scott Dugdale and Al Thompson. Al out of Champlin Park, Minnesota. Auto Valley side, Scott Dugdale. Scott's out of Stacy, Minnesota. Team Shake and Bake. Scott also doing double duty in the Stock Superstock side. Once again, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, lanes 3 and 4. This is your call. Now, competing in the muscle car, this is going to bring up a pair of guys that are multi-entered. That's at Al Corda, 2015 Chevy Camaro out of Elkmont, Wisconsin. Two-time NHRA Stock Eliminator World Champ. That Michael Lund, Bettendorf, Iowa driver. He's over on the Auto Valley side. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Second call. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. This is your second call to the staging lights. 3 and 4. Drivers, Nostalgia Super Stack, Nostalgia Muscle Car, final call. Nostalgia Super Stack, Nostalgia Muscle Car, this is your final call. Minute. Got the racer raffle going on at the summit tent. Make sure you check, see if you got drawn for one of the great prizes over there. The summit and CTECH, a lot of great prizes donated this weekend for the racers. Make sure you check the racer raffle at the summit tent. See if you won. Once again, Nostalgia Super Stack, Nostalgia Muscle Car, final call. Final call to the staging lanes, Nostalgia Super Stack, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Ladders for round 2 stack, super stock, they're just getting posted. So if you survive the first round, hey, come check out all the fun you get to have in the second round. Ladders are just getting posted now. sure you got a chance to go get a Rock Falls Raceway souvenir down at the merchandise area, racer registration. While you're there, check out some of the food we got on hand. Walk around at the cruising car show going on across from the tower. Want to thank a lot of the sponsors that have made this race possible this weekend. You got Summit Racing, obviously CTECH, big supporter of ours here at the Midwest Class Racers. Was Gala Company, B&K Trucking, Autocraft, Lou's Hot Rods, Fast Freddy's, Union Trailer and Power Equipment, Famous Amos, the CTECH folks, Jake's Quality Repair, Shannon Auto Glass, and we get all the sponsors with the Midwest Class Racers. Got a bunch of those. Glenn Sign Designs, NHRAnumbers.com, Fast Shocks, Aero Awnings. This goes on and on. Near the Summit tent, adjacent to the staging lights, see if you won a prize. There's the racer registration, got a bunch of raffle items going on. They're getting posted by the hour. Index and stuff from the Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car class. Touching up the starting line. We'll be ready to go back to racing action here momentarily. Cars. And Tim Merrick and Will Kennedy. Fast ready side, Tim Merrick. Correction. Tim Merrick's on the Auto Value side. Will Kennedy, he's on the fast ready side. Nostalgia muscle cars. Obviously see that wind picking up. Big tailwind here today. Just gonna bring up now Tom Hoffman out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Victory Driveline Parts, the sponsor on the Auto Valley side. And that Doug Duell, ATI Performance Parts for the Newboro, Indiana driver. And Doug doing double duty is competing in stock eliminator as well this weekend here. John lanes. Kane, Todd Nord, not out of Stacy, Minnesota on the Fast Freddy side. And Patrick Kane out of Marathon, Wisconsin, over on the Auto Valley side. Marathon City, Plymouth. Once again, stock superstock. He is a Delta side of the ladder. Stock superstock. He did the lanes. Round number 2. Jerry Kuster, Fast Freddy side. Jim Hagenoff, over on the Auto Valley side. And Jim Hagenoff likes the wheels again. Goes 942 at 133. Jerry Kuster, 1197 at 110. Bolton and Jim Kruger. Jim out of Sparta, Wisconsin on the Fast Freddy side. Jerry Bolton out of Jessup, Iowa, over on the Auto Valley side. Once again, stock, super stock. D is in Delta. D is in Delta side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. Second call. D is in Delta side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. Need you to the lanes. That's going to bring up that Brent Wheeler, Brent. You see that big number 1 on his car? That's for a reason. He's the world champ. Jason Barris. Jason out of Edgar, Wisconsin, over on the Auto Valley side. Qualifying engineer, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Gun. Jason Barris, 1046. It's going to bring up Al Corda, Tim Freeze, Al out of Elmwood, Wisconsin, on the Auto Valley side. See him doing double duty here, actually triple duty. And Tim Freeze, Kenosha, Wisconsin, over on the Fast Freddy side. Drivers in the pit area, final call, final call. Stock, super stock. The D is in Delta, side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. Need you to the lanes. Called you 3 times now. Stock, super stock. The D side of the ladder. Need you to the lanes. That's Bruce Lang out of Marathon, Wisconsin, and Jay Freyhage out of Fulton, Illinois, 68. South, Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Home for Christopher Dacus. Final call. Stock, super stock. The D is in Delta side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. Final call. D side of the ladder. We need you in the lanes now. Minnesota over on the Fast Freddy side. KTRE, Lochburn Engines, sponsored for Jerry. Time was 11:57 at 114. Jerry Stellreich, 10:57 126. Once again, drivers, I've called 4 times. I'm not going to call again. Stock, super stock, the D side of the ladder. D as in David. You're needed in the staging lanes immediately. Stock, super stock, the D side of the ladder. We need you now. Kurt Anderson, Bruce Lang. Kurt Anderson, Bruce Lang, meet you to the tower so we can get this ladder going for the Muscle Car Index and the Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Once again, Kurt Anderson, Bruce Lang. Need you up in the tower so we can get this ladder worked out for the respective classes. Muscle Car Index, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Drivers getting paired up again. Once again, this is the D side of the ladder for the stock super stock combo. Got some cars coming in now. Need to get you paired up and got time to touch the starting line up a little bit and get ready for round number 2. once again, Muscle Car Index representative, Kurt Anderson. Kurt Anderson, meet you in the tower. Kurt Anderson, please come see me in the tower so we can get this Muscle Car Index ladder. Get on with round number 1 of your program. Stock, super stock, you guys are up next. You got the D side of the ladder coming up, getting paired up in the lanes right now. Round number 2, stock, super stock coming up. Number 2, J.B. Peach, Dave Peach. Hey, father and son. J.B. Peach, the F-Stock automatic car out of Oakdale, Minnesota. That's a Buick. We had 1082 dial, Dave Peach. That's a Ford Mustang Fastback. 1007 the dial for David Peach. Stock, super stock, stock, super stock. Season Charlie, side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. C is in Charlie, side of the ladder. This is your first call to the staging lanes. Once again, stock, super stock. C is in Charlie, side of the ladder. Need you to the lanes. We got a father-son match up here on the starting line. Dave Peach, Jamie Peach. We got a Buick, we got a Ford. We got a pair of green lights. Let me tell ya, Jamie got the reaction time advantage. And he's going to get the win. Double breakout, breaks out by less. Jamie Peach going to get the win. Move on to the next round. Logan Warner, Tate Steeney's. Tate Steeney's B-Stock automatic. On the fast ready side, 1044 the dial. Logan Warner, Mason City, Iowa. E-Stock automatic car for Logan Warner on the auto value side. Once again, stock, super stock. C is in Charlie, side of the ladder. Stock, super stock. C is in Charlie, side of the ladder. This is your call to the staging lanes. Got Logan Warner, Tate Steeney's. 1044 the dial for Steeney's in the Chevelle. Logan Warner, the Mopar, 1101. Bruce Boyle. Stock, super stock, final call. The C as in Charlie side of the ladder, final call. C side of the ladder. Red gonna hand the win over to Chuck Rose. Chuck gonna get the freebie. Goes 10.83.2 at 1:19. It's gonna bring up Marlene Nelson and Clayton Matson. Marlene Nelson. J-Stock automatic out of Hugo, 1173 the dial. And Clayton Matson out of Cloquet, Minnesota. That's a D-Stock automatic card. 1074 the dial for Clayton. Now Marlene got a little anxious. Goes 055 red. Clayton Matson. Clayton goes 009 green. Gonna get the win. It's going to bring up a pair of bad hot rods right here, folks. We got Mike Mance and Glenn Domingue. Mike Mance, the Superstock A Super Modified Fast Shock sponsored car out of Rogers, Minnesota. 866 the dial. And Glenn Domingue. That's a double A stock automatic car. NHRAnumbers.com, Glenn Sign Design. 988 the dial for the McGregor, Minnesota driver Glenn Domingue. Watch the wheels up, watch here. Green light starts. This is going to be a heck of a drag race. There's a reaction time advantage. Definite going to go over on the Fast Freddy side, and that's the win. Mike Mance goes 024 to Glenn Domingue's 083 light. Going to get the win. It's going to bring up Jordan Jurgens and John McLaughlin. Jordan out of Watertown, South Dakota, the G-Stock automatic car, 1103 the dial. John McLaughlin, Grafton, North Dakota, 1112 the dial for John. Final call, stock, super stock, final call, the C side of the ladder. Lights on the starting line. See who's going to get the win. That's going to be on the top end. That's at John McLaughlin. John goes 011, runs an 11:14.9 on the 11:12 dial. Into pits. Stock, super stock. The B is in boy. B is in boy side of the ladder. We need you in the lanes. Stock, super stock. B side of the ladder. We need you in the lanes. Super stock, the B side of the ladder. Need you to the lanes. It's going to bring up Dustin Nelson in the Copo Camaro. Factory stock, double A. New London, Minnesota. That's 2016 Copo. $8.95 the dial. And Bob Seaguar. Bob out of Otter Creek, Iowa. 1041 the dial on the Mopar, or excuse me, the Mustang Cobra Jet. Over on the Auto Valley side. Breaks out by 1,000. Gonna get the win over to Dustin Nelson. This is gonna bring up James Gleason out of Clarksville, Iowa. Holt Kinetic Solutions, the sponsor on that car. 959 is the dial. And that's that Randy Shepard, Holman, Wisconsin driver. 1014 the dial for Randy in the Great Pumpkin. And I want to tell you what, we had a good time in the Shepard pits last night. I want to thank them again. We solved a few of the world's problems, and I forgot the rest. But we had a great time, and Randy Shepard still got the Billy bucks. Seems like all the money's in the shepherd camp right now. Final call. Stock, super stock, the B side of the ladder. Final call. The B side of the ladder. We need you now. That's going to bring up that Scotty Pearson and that Al Cora. Al out of Elkmont, Wisconsin. Chevy Camaro, 10 flat to dial for Al Cora. That's an A-stock automatic car. Scotty Pearson, Scott, a super stock K automatic car out of Stewartville, Minnesota. 1046 to dial for Scott. Stock, super stock, the A side of the ladder. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder. We need you to the lanes. B, you should be there. If you're not, you are A. So stock, super stock, the A and B side of the ladder. You're needed in the lanes. Off the car on the head. Scotty Pearson's going to get down there 1,000 foot and go, where's Al Corna? And he's going to lift. Al Corna might have actually broke, doing what a good driver will do is up against the wall, out of the racing groove, make sure he's not leaking any fluids on the track. We're going to be down for a second here. We've got to get Al Corna off the track, because he's coming to a stop on the top end. Not quite to 1,000 foot yet. Just slowly rolling right past the finish line right now. But Al Corna, we're going to need somebody on the top end. Check on Al. Scotty Pearson gets the win. Going to be down here for a little bit. As soon as we're back up, I'll let you know. Meanwhile, stock, super stock, the A and B sides of the ladder, you're needed in the lanes. B side, I've called you like 4 times. So you should be there. If you're not, you're late. A side, this is your first call. On that 12:45 hour, and the concession stands are open and serving yummy cheese curds and refreshing Pepsi products and bacon cheeseburger baskets and fries and onion rings and chicken strips, and maybe you can find somebody to grill you a steak down there. We got the cruising car show going on across from the tower here. Make sure you get a chance, check out all the automobiles over there and make your way back over to the racer side and grab yourself a Rock Falls Raceway souvenir, plenty of hats, t-shirts. Right in the racer registration area. And racers, check out the raffle, the Summit raffle, going on over at the Summit then. Stock, super stock, A side of the ladder, second call. Stock, super stock, the A side of the ladder, second call. This is going to bring up that Doug Duel and Michael 1. Michael GTH automatic car out of Bettendorf, Iowa, 998 to dial. Doug Duel, the Z-Stock automatic. Mopar, 1022 the dial for Duel, the Newburgh, Indiana driver. Perfect. Runs a 10.08.7. Gonna get the win over Doug Duel. Tanner, 1034 the dial on the Auto Valley side, Bob Tilton. Mitchell, South Dakota driver over on the Fast Ready side, 1042 the dial for Tilton. Gonna be nearly heads up. They're going down the track, gonna be looking at each other quite a bit. The A side of the ladder, final call. Stock, super stock, the A side of the ladder, final call. Start for Bob Tilton. Derek Fenner goes all the way to the good. Gonna get the win. Now it's gonna bring up Ryan Korish and Gene Mossbeck. Korish, over on the Auto Valley side, 1038 the dial. Gene Mossbeck, the Scott Carlson car out of Finlandson, Minnesota. That's a B-stock automatic car, 1045 the dial for Gene Mossbeck. Had a nice little conversation with Gene this morning. Said he's loving the new Rock Falls. He was here when it was the old Rock Falls. Oh, on the bumper goes. Oh, Ryan Korish does the wheel stand of the weekend. Unfortunately, it's going to cost him. Mossbeck gets the win. Ryan Korish hiked the wheels up to over 200 feet past the starting line, got it on the bumper, and came down. Came down hard. But as a good driver, he pulled over close to the wall. We're going to be down for a second. But Ryan Korish, absolutely the wheel stand of the weekend. Hopefully the car is all right. Again, Mossbeck gets the win, but oh my goodness, what a wheel stand. The driver's out, he's okay. There's no fluids apparently on the track. Not going to blame him if he's a little bit rattled right now. That was an incredible wheel stand. Got it up on the bumper, but you do not see that often in a stock eliminator car. It's going to show you how good the starting line here is this weekend. Wheel stand of the weekend carries him out at least 200 feet. Came down a little hard, but thankfully it appears the car and the driver are okay. We just got to wait. Get everything cleared off the track, and we'll be back to action. In the meantime, drivers, check out the racer raffle and see if you want a prize there. And all the fans and people in attendance this weekend, go grab yourself a Rock Falls souvenir t-shirt in the racer registration area. And if you're hungry right now, and you can grab yourself a burger basket. Then go check out the car show across the road. For 464, muscle car index 464, report to the tower. Muscle car index 464, please report to the tower. Be Mr. James Miller. James Miller, we need to see you in the tower. 464, James Miller, we need you in the tower. Next pair up, it looks like it's Tanner Weiss and Johnny Diekema. Johnny Diekema, the runner-up in the stick challenge on Friday. Double-A stock automatic car. Corvette out of Bluegrass, Iowa on the Fast Ready side. And Tanner Weiss. And Tanner out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, the H stock automatic car. 1135 mile for Tanner. Pair of Corvettes on the starting line here. One's an automatic, one's a stick. pair of Firebirds. That's Riley Spear and Randy Mans. Randy Mans, $9.89 the dial for the Roger, Minnesota driver, the Vac Shocks car. And Riley Spear. Riley dials a 1006, Fort Ripley, Minnesota. Brand new combination this weekend, according to Riley. Talked to her this morning. See if she can carry on the family. Brett Spear and Riley Spear and Russ Spear. Not a bunch of cars here this weekend. Now see what happens here on the 1320. Randy Mann's got a little bit of a starting line advantage and gonna get the win. 9:92.9 for Randy Mann, says an 0:33 reaction time. Riley Spear a little bit late, goes 0:74, not going to get the job done against Randy Mans. Going to bring up a pair of stick cars. That's Dirk Olson and Bob Gibson. Bob out of Port Byron, Illinois, 11:42 the dial. Dirk Olson, a Cross, Wisconsin driver, 10:37 the dial for Dirk. Jason DeForest, 884 the dial on the Auto Valley side. Doug Ingles over on the Fast Freddy side, dials of Doug Eagles also a competitor on the NHRA combo side. Super stock car out. See how he matches up against Jason DeForest here. Get down to the finish line. Jason has a pretty good starting line advantage. He's going to get the win. 885.7 on the 884 dial for Jason DeForest. It's going to bring up Scott Dugdale and Larry Curtis. Battle stick cars here. Scott Dugdale, the high performance car. 67 Chevy Malibu. 1128 to dial. Larry Curtis. Oh, Larry's on a Bethel. Radial 8 heating and air conditioning is sponsor. 1012 to dial for Larry Curtis. Now the win light, Scott Dugdale had a starting line advantage. Double breakout. And Scott Dugdale going to get the win. Goes 049 on the tree. Runs 11:24.8 on the 11:28 dial. A little bit as we work on the ladders for the Muscle Car Index and the Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car class. We're getting that wrapped up. So now's a good time if you want to take a little lunch break. I know I'm going to go down and grab myself a Coke, and we'll be back with action. Probably in about, I'm going to guess, about 15 minutes or so. We'll come back for the next call, which is going to be the Muscle Car Index class, and then the Nostalgia Superstock. But again, now, fans, drivers, grab some beverages, grab a little lunch. We'll be back momentarily. Super stock. If you lost in the second round, we got some money up here for you. At the base of the tower in racer registration, stock, super stock. If you lost in the second round, then we got your check for you in racer registration. Stock drivers, you're on standby. We'll be calling Stock Superstock here momentarily. Our friend Mark Beal is running down with the ladders right now. Got, looks like about 26 cars left in Stock Superstock. So heads up, Stock Superstock competitors. We'll be calling you here shortly. Wondering about the stick challenge payout from Friday. Well, we're probably going to end up mailing that to you. Waiting on the final instructions on that. The stick challenge cars, the payout, I'll either announce that we're going to have it available at the end of the day today, or then we'll be mailing it to you. That's the word on that. We'll get ready for Stock Superstock action here momentarily. There's the big raffles that you guys have been donating to this weekend. You're going to be pulling the tickets here momentarily, so racers, stop by the summit tent. We'll be pulling the raffle tickets here shortly. And once again, those that were involved in the stick challenge, we'll be announcing that payout a little bit later on as we continue with action. Right now I'm going to call Stock Super Stock, round number 3. All sides of the ladder, Stock Super Stock, round number 3, all sides of the ladder for the staging lanes. Be some stuff that's going to be drawn here momentarily over at the summit tent. Make sure you stop by and check that out, see if you're the winner. Some of the raffle items, I know we got a bunch of prizes from Summit and CTECH down there. The raffle's going to be drawn soon as well. Stick challenge payout, well, we're working through that. We'll either mail it to you or have it figured out here by the end of the day. We're scrambling in the tower here, trying to get the ladders up for the muscle car index and the nostalgia side. Call Stock Super Stock. Stock Super Stock, round 3 to the staging lanes. All cars, all classes. Stock Super Stock is your second call. All cars, all classes. Stock Super Stock, we need you in the lanes. Super Stock, second call, Stock Super Stock, all cars, all sides of the ladder. Need you to the lanes. Stock, super stock, final call. Final call, stock, super stock, round number 3. Need you in the staging lanes, get you paired up. Round 3 action, stock, super stock, final call. stock, super stock coming up. Getting towards that time of the day where we're going to start handing out the big bucks. Now coming into the water box, it's going to be Jason DeForest and Dirk Olson. First pair up. Jason at GTC Automatic Cavalier, Oak Grove, Minnesota. It can be dialed at 884. The A-Stick card out of La Crosse, Wisconsin, 1036 to dot. Dirk Olson. Hero Awning's a sponsor for Jason DeForest. Last year, the winner of the Race of Champions. Off to a safe 896. It's going to bring up Randy Shepard and Michael Lund. Michael Lund on the Auto Value site. That's a CTECH automatic Camaro. 999 the dial. And Randy Shepard, the Great Pumpkin. 1015 the dial for Randy Shepard. A stick car out of Holman, Wisconsin. Stock automatic car out of Sioux City, Nebraska, 72 Duster, 1083 the dial. Date Steenies, it's a B stock automatic, 70 Chevelle, 1043 the dial for Steenies. Steve's breaks out by a couple. It's going to bring up Jamie Peach and Dennis Lund. Dennis Lund, a super stock B-modified car out of Davenport, Iowa. 867 the dial. Jamie Peach. Well, that's a Buick. Line performance under the hood there. 1081 the dial for Peach. The dial on the Fast Freddy side. And Scott Pearson, Superstock K car, Stewartville, Minnesota. 1046 the dial for Scotty Pearson. Nelson, Scott Dugdale. Learning to force the Aero Awning sponsored Mustang. 9:55 the dial, Scott Dugdale. 11:24 the dial for Dugdale. Gotta wait for a couple cars to clear off the track. They were slow to get off the track, and Brent Kopetka and Bill Shepard. Now speaking of slow, well, that's Brent Kopetka. But the way to get it done in NHRA stock super stock racing. Got that DF stocker there on a Norfolk, Nebraska. 15:37 the dial for Brent Kopetka. That Bill Shepard. Now Bill grabbed the Billy Bucks for the perfect run. Down to 10:36, the Onalaska, Wisconsin driver. Kopetka leading green. See if Bill Shepard can run now. Only 100th of a second separate him on the starting line. Bill Shepard coming on hard. See if he can get by Brent Kopetka. One light's going to go to Bill Shepard. Brent Kopetka slowed a bunch. And Bill Shepard gets around for the easy win. Another pair of stick automobiles coming up here. That's that Johnny Niekema, runner-up in the Midwest Factory, finishes stick challenge on Friday. Bluegrass, Iowa driver, dials of 998. And that's that Randy Mance, that Fast Shocks car. 988 the dial for the Rogers, Minnesota Fast Shocks owner, Randy Mance. Superstock automatic car out of Bettendorf, Iowa. 977 the dial. Larry Henderson. Well, Larry's out of Liberty, Missouri. So C-Stick, Chevy Nova. 1053 the dial for Henderson. Green light start both drivers. Down to 1,320 feet later. Well, the wind light's going to go to that Larry Henderson. Larry had 300ths of a second in the bank as he left the starting line. Going to get the win. It's going to bring up a pair of heavy hitters right here. Clayton Matson and Mike Mans. Clayton Matson, the D-Stock automatic Camaro out of Cloquet, Minnesota. 1070 the dial for Clayton Matson. Mike Mans. We just saw Randy run. Well, this is Mike. This is his son. Superstock Ace Super Modified. Fast Shocks car out of Rogers, Minnesota. 867 the dial. Clayton goes red by a bunch. Mike goes 007. Gonna get down there and lift. Play it safe. Mike Mans moving on to the next round. This is gonna bring up Randy Klein and Greg Anderson. Greg out of DeWitt, Iowa, the 69 Camaro, the Playmate car. 1149 the dial. And Randy Klein. It's a gorgeous looking Chevy Nomad. He's out of Lincoln, Nebraska. It's a 1093 dial for Randy Klein. Now Randy wanted to get that Nomad into 10s this weekend, and here it is. Been consistently dialed in the 10s all day. 1,000th of a second separate the drivers at the starting line. Who's going to be on the top end? Well, that's going to be that Randy Klein. Randy runs closer to the dial, gets the win. 11:02.2 at 104 miles an hour on the 1093 dial. Driver reaction time, Greg Anderson goes 0:30. Randy Klein goes 0:29. That's a tail of the tape. That's going to put an exclamation point and a period and a comma and a semicolon on round number 3, Stock Superstock. Lanes 5 and 6. Round 1, Muscle Car Index. Need you to lanes 5 and 6. We get you bared up on the ladder and send you down. The Muscle Car Index class, lanes 5 and 6. Round number 1. class, Gary Woody, Stephen Griswold. Stepping out of Milan, Illinois, 850 the dial, that 05 Pro Charge Corvette. And Gary Woody, Gary out of Cook, Minnesota. Index for Gary Woody in the muscle car index class, well, that's a 10-0. Gary Woody is going to break out and go too fast. It's going to bring up Eldon Turner, Jason Weiler. Jason out of Marshfield, Wisconsin, 1025 the index. Eldon Turner, he's out of Hudson, South Dakota, 1175 the index on the Fast Freddy side. Eldon Turner. It's going to bring up Mike Lund, Ken Howe. Ken out of Burnsville, Minnesota, 1075. Mike Lund out of Bettendorf, Iowa, 950. Kurt autograph card. It's Kevin Lumpson, Rose City, Texas, 975 the index. Sean Floss out of Chippewa Falls. And 10 flat index for Sean. At 973, get the job done. Coming up on the autograph side, we got Shauna Anderson. Shauna in the 02Z28 and 25, the index. Kevin Whiter, Fridley, Minnesota, 975. We're on the Fast Ready side. Kevin Whiter, Shauna Anderson, goes a little too fast. Gonna bring up Al Corda, Tom Bauer. Tom out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin. The autograph sponsored Pontiac. 1050 the index, and Al Corda, 1000. That's a 2015 Chevy Camaro. side. It's going to bring up a couple pair of heavy hitters. That's that Eric Anderson, 975 for the Eau Claire, Wisconsin driver on the fast Freddy side, and Glenn DeMiggy. Glenn out of McGregor, Minnesota. 10-0-0 the index for Glenn. And Tiffany Badow. Tiffany out of Eau Claire, Wisconsin, 1150. Dylan Robinson, well, that's a 1050 for the Mitchell, South Dakota driver. Wait, goes red, and then Tiffany, she's going to be moving on to the next round. Michael's got the buyer on this category. Competition buy. Mike's just going to break the beams and back out. See Save that engine for another day. Come back for the next round. Once again, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Need you in the staging lanes, round number 1. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Round 1, need you to the staging. Up here, as we call the Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, third call, final call. Need you to the lanes for pairings, round number 1. Final call, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. We get ready for round number 1. We got a little downtime. Great time to go get some yummy little concession stand items. Get some cheese curds, some onion rings, bacon cheeseburger basket, french fries. Grab yourself a nice cold Pepsi. Enjoy the day. Walk around the cruising car show that's going on outside opposite the tower here. A lot of gorgeous automobiles over there. And walk around the pits and talk to some of the drivers. We get towards these later rounds here, we get a little bit chaotic as we get ready to hand out the big checks. And drivers, we got all the raffle stuff going on over at the Summit tent. Make sure you check in with the raffle items over at the Summit tent. A lot of great prizes being donated by a lot of great companies that help put on this race here this weekend. We get ready to continue on with action. We got the Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car cars. The lane's now getting paired up. We take a little moment and do a little track touch up. Make sure these competitors got a great surface so we can put on a great show here at Rock Falls Raceway for the 7th annual CTECH Badger Classic. Cars paired up, we're putting the finishing touches on the starting line. And drag it one more time here, and we'll be back in action momentarily. Again, drivers are in their cars, got the lane choice figured out, and get ready to go in racing action. We're waiting for the track touch-up to continue. Next race on the Midwest Class Racers schedule, we're going to be up at Brainerd International Raceway for the 9th annual Line Performance event. That's July 16th and 17th, the Paul Bunyan Classic, Brainerd International Raceway. And we're going to follow that up on July 23rd and 24th for the Midwest Factory Finishes Stock Super Stock Combo in Ottawa Dragway in Ottawa, Iowa. We take August off because there's a bunch of national event stuff going on in the area in Division 5. We go Labor Day weekend, September 13th and 14th, down to Tri-State Raceway, Earlville, Iowa, for the Heath Performance Group 10th Annual Midwest Summer Classic. And then the Midwest Class Racers, again, the Stock Super Stock folks, close out the year with the Sealand Trucking Make-A-Wish race, the 9th Annual, event at Thunder Valley Dragway in Marion, South Dakota. That's September 18th and 19th. Look forward to seeing a bunch of great stock, super stock racing. Follow the Midwest Class Racers. Got a Facebook page, and follow us online over on classracer.com under the Midwest Class Racer tab. Got 4 more events here. We qualify for the Race of Champions that'll be held back here next year for the 8th annual CTECH Badger Classic. Once again, we got the nostalgia cars getting paired up. Track prep is almost complete. Ready for round 1. Nostalgia Muscle Car, Nostalgia Muscle Car Index. Tower, if anybody is missing a phone and they find it, please turn it into racer registration. Apparently somebody's missing a phone. If you find it, just turn it into racer registration. We'll get it to the rightful owner. In the lanes for a rerun. Tiffany Crownard, you're needed in the lanes for a rerun. Please bring your car back up. Tiffany Crownard, need you in the lanes for a rerun. We need you back to the staging lanes immediately for a rerun. Tiffany Crownard, need you back to the lanes for a rerun. Go into action here, Nostalgia Super Stock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. We're gonna bring Doug Duel, Doug in the Dragon Wagon, and Jake Melgren. Jake out of Young America. 1150 the index for Melgren. Doug Duel. 925, that Dragon Wagon. Gorgeous looking automobile. For Doug Duel. That goes up launch for Doug Duel. Red light start for Jake Malagran. And Doug's going to move on to the next round. Gonna bring up a pair of bull bars. That's gonna bring that Brent Wheeler, Watkins, Georgia. Brad Hedlund, he's on a Marathon, Wisconsin. 1150 index for Brad. Brent Wheeler, 975 the index for Brent. Come on all the way up to Rock Falls for Watkinsville, Georgia. Jason Barons, as soon as we left the line, the smoke was coming out of that car. Looked like we were spraying for mosquitoes. just been a little something else on the track, but all clear. We're ready for the next pair. Looks like it's going to be Jason Behrens out of Edgar, Wisconsin, and Bill Kennedy, Omaha, Nebraska. Stock Super Stock, Stock Super Stock, round number 4. Stock Super Stock, round 4. We need you to the lanes. Once again, attention in the pits. Stock Super Stock, round number 4. Need you to the lanes. Here's that Jason Behrens. Jason out of Edgar, Wisconsin. 1050, his index. Will Kennedy, Will out of Omaha, Nebraska, 1075. On the Fast Freddy side, gorgeous looking Camaro. Once again, Stock Super Stock, round 4, need you to the lane. Stock Super Stock, round number 4, need you to the lane. Wisconsin, 975 the index. Attention to the pit. Stock Super Stock, Stock Super Stock, your second call. Stock Super Stock, round 4, your second call. John out of River Falls, Wisconsin, 1050 the index. Russ Behrens, I think he's out of Edgar, Wisconsin, 975 index in that beautiful Plymouth. We're on the Auto Valley side. Well, here we go. Both drivers were incredible on reaction times. 014 for Research. Russ Behrens, 027 the win line. Ron's going to go over to Research. 1053 on the 1050. Here's going to be a really cool matchup. This American muscle car on the Fast Freddy side, driven by Jim Hagenoff, Old Summit, Missouri, Tritech Builders, 950. He's been carrying the wheels all day long here. And Tim Freeze, Oshawa, Wisconsin, 1025, the index for Tim Freeze. Great photo opportunity. Check out this American muscle car. Here on the line right now. Exactly what happened there. Jim Hagenoff going to get the win. Stock Super Stock. This is your third and final call. Stock Super Stock. Third and final call. Get you to the lanes. Value side, there's some oil in the lanes. We got to get that taken care of. We're going to be down a little bit. Once again, Stock Super Stock called you to the lanes for round 4. We're going to be down a little bit. We got some oil in the left lane. super stock. Waiting on one more car. Need you to the lane. Stock, super stock. Final call. Got a pretty big oil down here. Starting line crew, been working really hard getting that left lane back to where it should be. Getting pretty close. So drivers, now start heading towards your car. Getting fairly close to going back into action here. Next to last step here, we're going to get the drag out. We got a bunch of lacquer on the track and got the oil wiped up the best we could. Now we're going to get the drag out and be back hopefully within 10-15 minutes. Drivers, kind of start wandering towards your car. We're getting ready to go back into action. starting line back in shape now. We're just putting a little stickum down. We'll be back ready to go here really quick. That was a rough one. Turns out there was a lot of oil on the track. We're going to get a couple of reruns for these cars that unfortunately had to deal with this. Get this starting line good. We'll be back here. A couple minutes yet. We'll be ready to go. Just got to let that traction compound kind of set up. We'll be ready for some cars. The rerun cars, final call. Need you in the staging lanes immediately. Final call for the pairs that are going to rerun. Need you in the staging lanes immediately. Call's been given to fire them up. It's always a good sign. We got noise at a drag strip. Well, that was a pretty doozy of an oil down. Unfortunately, the driver did not do us a whole lot of help and went down around 1,300 feet. Now here we go. It's going to bring up Patrick Kane and Jerry Stelreich. Jerry out of Goodyear, Minnesota. He's over on the Fast Freddy side. Patrick Kane, he's on a marathon. 11:25 the index versus a 10:50 index. In Alcorta, Elkbound, Wisconsin, 10:25 the index for Alcorta. Todd Nord, Stacy, Minnesota, 10:75 the index for Todd Nord. to the index. Now it's going to bring up Tim Merrick, Jerry Kusner. Tim Merrick, Dodge Center, Minnesota. 1200 the index for Tim Merrick. Jerry Kusner, 1200 the index. I'll see how this one shakes out. Gonna be looking at each other a long ways. Now neither driver can be too happy with their reaction times. But see what happens here 1,320 feet later. Well, that's gonna be a wind light. Because of a breakout, Tim Merrick runs dead on 8. It's going to bring up Tom Hoffman and Christopher Takis. It's going to be another one of those heads-up index races. Christopher Takis, well, he's our lone guy out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. Trying to bring that money back north of the border. Tom Hoffman, he's out of Lake Elmo, Minnesota. Victory Driveline Parts, a sponsor for Tom Hoffman. Closer to the index, didn't go under, gonna get the win. Now here's gonna come a rerun that we had from the muscle car index class. Gotta switch the tree. Get these competitors down here. Muscle car index. Full tree, row tree. Tiffany Bowdow. We'll go to Wisconsin, Dylan Robinson. 1150 and 1050 index. They're going to be too happy with their reaction time. Somebody's got a 10th in the bank. Well, that didn't play out as I thought it would. The wind light, that's going to go to that Dylan Robinson. He had a reaction time that began with a 2, but ran closer to the dial for the win. All right, now finally, stock, super stock round 4. 1098 the dial for Michael 1. Getting ready to start handing out the big checks. Now we're down to about 13 cars. And Larry DeForest, he's got a bye. We'll be moving on to the next round. Jason DeForest and Larry Henderson. Larry out of Liberty, Missouri. 1052 the dial. Jason DeForest, the Aeronautics 2005 Chevrolet. 884 the dial for Jason DeForest. GTC automatic car. Jason, going to be taking on Larry. That'll be the quarterfinal matchup. Jason and Larry DeForest. Well, now it's going to bring up Bill Shepard on Alaska, Wisconsin, 1037 the dial. He won the Billy Bucks earlier this morning. First round winner from Dead on Zero. Got an extra $200. And Chuck Rolls. Chuck out of Sioux City, Nebraska, the 72 Duster, 1085 the dial for Chuck Rolls on the fast ready side. Dustin Nelson, the factory stock, double A car. It's a 2016 Copel Camaro. 896 the dial. Scotty Pearson, that's an AMX. 1047 the dial for Scotty Pearson. Minnesota Fast Shocks driver. It's a B-stick car. 987 the dial for Randy Mans. And hey, there's that Randy Coyne. That Nomad out of Lincoln, Nebraska. 1092 the dial for Randy Coyne. Yes, that's a Nomad. Yes, that's a 265 cubic inch version. Randy Coyne's car. Runs 1095-1, gets the win. Now that's going to bring up Jamie Peach and Mike Mans. Mike, the Superstock A Super Modified car. Roger, Minnesota driver, Fast Shocks car. 867 the dial, Jamie Peach. Well, that's that Line Performance Buick. 1079 the dial for Jamie Peach. He's got a stage the car and break the beam. But Larry likes to race. I'm gonna bet he's gonna go down there and put the pedal to the metal. So now in the next round in stock Superstock, that's Larry DeForest, the father. He'll be taking on his son Jason DeForest. Now Larry runs 957 on the 955 predicted dial in. He'll tune that up and turn around and race his son. Index, muscle car index. You do the lanes 5 and 6, round number 2. The muscle car index class, 5 and 6, round number 2. Round number 2 for the muscle car index. Bring them on up to the staging lanes. Second round here, the muscle car index class, stock, super stock cars. Well, our next round matchup, we're going to have Larry DeForest versus Jason DeForest. I think they drove here together, so they know each other. And then we got that Dustin Nelson and that McLaughlin car. That'll be a matchup. Then we got Mike Manns and the Rose car and Randy Klein, that gorgeous looking Nomad. Oh, Randy's got the bot. Well, muscle car index cars, drivers are figuring out the bearings and getting ready for round number 2. We'll be back shortly. Stock, a Nostalgia Super Stock, round number 2 to the staging lanes. Nostalgia Super Stock, need you to the lanes for round number 2. Once again, Nostalgia, Super Stock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Need you to the lanes. Round number 2. Need you to the lanes. We got Mike Lund and Kevin Whitener. Well, let's say one of these drivers goes 003. But that's going to be the winner, Kevin Whiter. Goes 003, runs 979, 75 index. New Richmond, Wisconsin, 1075. The index for James Miller. Kevin Lovesden, 975. Making the drive up from Rose City, Texas. That's at Christopher Dacus. 1050 the index for Christopher. Dylan Robson, Mitchell, South Dakota, 1050 for him. Drivers going to be looking at each other a long ways. Now pick your favorite. See what happens here. I know Christopher Dacus, he's been a bracket racer for a long time. See how he does on the top end. This muscle car index class. Once again, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, Indiana Stadium Lanes. Now, big starting line advantage for Christopher Dacus. Christopher Dacus is going to get the easy win. Goes 020 on the tree, backs off for the win. Now, here's your defending champion, two-time defending champion, Dalton Johnson on the Fast Freddy side, 69 Camaro. Jeff Nowak. Drivers in the area, I'm sure they've met a few times. Well, another absolutely huge starting line advantage. Unless the motor falls out of Dalton Johnson's car, well, he's going to get the win. Dalton Johnson, safely, 1058. 1050. This is kind of a unique matchup. Both guys running stock, super stock side. And Glenn Domingue said, hey, my stocker would fit in this nostalgia muscle car thing. Well, Scott Dugdale, he's got a second car, and he just said, hey, I'm just going to race this thing in the muscle car index class. And 75, index for Scott Dugdale, Team Shake and Bake, Stacy, Minnesota. Glenn Domingue. Well, Glenn's out of McGregor. That Glenn sign design. NHRAnumbers.com. Sponsor for Glenn Domingue. Now number 2, the muscle car index class. Wheels up, launch. 2,000ths of a second separate these excellent drivers on the starting line. Let's see what happens here on the big end. Now the win. Dugdale breaks out. Glenn Domingue is safe. And Glenn Domingue be moving on. It's going to be Michael 1 now and Scott Bears. Michael 1 out of Bettendorf, Iowa. The Dirty Bird, the white car. And the Oldsmobile 442, that's Scott Bears, Lakeville, Minnesota. See how this one plays out. Want to get a photo opportunity, focus on that white Camaro, under the one cam, on the auto value side. Been hiking the wheels all day long here. Second advantage. Gonna go over to the auto value side, and that's the win light for Michael 1. Odd number of cars. This is Steven Griswold. He's just got to take the light. He's going to be backing it up. Move on to the next round. That thing's a Pro Charger car. Thing's bad fast. Saving it. Come back for the next round. We're waiting for the guys to get paired up for the Nostalgia Muscle Car class. Final call. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Final call. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car class. Round number 2 for these competitors. Now the first pair up here is going to be that Bruce Lang. Bruce on the Fast Freddy side, Marathon, Wisconsin, 950 index. Jason Behrens, he's out of Edgar, Wisconsin, 1050 the index for Jason. Nostalgia class. We move on throughout our day. yourself a burger and Rockfall souvenir t-shirt, great time to do that. I'm going to do a little touch-up, give some of these competitors a little bit of time to cool down, and we're going to go back into another round of the Muscle Car Index class and Nostalgia Stock Super Stock before we go back to the Stock Super Stock class. So once again, I'm going to do a little starting line touch-up, give these competitors some time to cool down, and we're going to be back with the Muscle Car Index class, round 3, and the Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car class, round 3, in a little bit. We're going to run the Stock Superstock class. Once again, I know Randy Klein, he's got the bye going into the quarterfinals, all the way from Lincoln, Nebraska, in that gorgeous Chevy Nomad. See if he can seal the deal today as we can continue on. And then we got that little marquee matchup with Jason DeForest and Larry DeForest. See how that one parlays. We'll be back momentarily. Once again, we're going to touch up the starting line. We're getting kind of late in the day here. It's 4 o'clock right now. We'll be back in a little bit with the Muscle Car Index, round 3, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car, round 3 as well. car index. Muscle car index, round 3. Need you to do the staging lanes. That's the muscle car index class, round number 3. Need you to do the staging lanes. Muscle car index. Muscle car index. Need you to do the staging lanes, round number 3. Muscle car index cars. Need you to do the staging lanes, round 3. Muscle car index. Need you to the staging lanes. Final call, round number 3, the muscle car index class. Need you to the staging lanes. Stock, super stock, this is your first call. Stock, super stock, need you to the staging lanes. Quarterfinalists coming up. Randy Klein's got the bye. Larry DeForest and Jason DeForest. That's going to be a marquee matchup. Stock, super stock, this is your first call to the staging lanes. Quarterfinals. Muscle car index class. We're going to have Christopher Tackus over on the Ottawa Valley side. He's all the way from Thunder Bay, Ontario. 1050 the index for Tackus. And Kevin Lumsden. Kevin out of Rosie City, Texas. Rosie City, Texas driver, 68 Camaro. The Autocraft Camaro. Owned by Kurt Anderson. Kurt said, hey, my Texas buddy, come on up. I got a car for you. I'll put you in it. You can run this muscle car index class. Kevin Lumsden, Rosie City, Texas. In the Autocraft car. Over on the fast ready side. Christopher Tackus, oh, he's over on the Ottawa Valley side. Come all the way down from Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Now both drivers separated by 7 thousandths of a second at the starting line. 014 for Tackus, 021 for Roy Lumsden. The winner going to go to Christopher Tackus. Chris Tackus coming back for the next round. As Lumsden goes a little too quick. Now here's that Pro Charger Corvette. That's the Clerical racing car. Stephen Griswold, Milan, Illinois. 850 the index. And Kevin Whitler. Kevin Whiter, Fridley, Minnesota. That's a Roadrunner, the Rat Patrol car, 975. The index. Now see if that Pro Charger can run him down. Nearly identical reaction times. Well, the win, that's going to go to that Kevin Whiter. Both drivers go 20 on the tree. No win light. Over on the fast ready side. Well, that's going to bring up Dalton Johnson and Eldon Turner. Eldon out of Hudson, South Dakota. Pirate Racing. 1175 the index on the fast ready side in that Mopar wagon. And the two-time defending champion looking to make it 3. That's that Dalton Johnson. Well, Dalton's going to have his work cut out because there's a big starting line advantage over for that Eldon Turner. Well, as it happens, closer to the index, Dalton Johns gonna get the win. It's gonna bring up Glenn Domingue and Michael 1. Michael out of Bettendorf, Iowa. 10-0-0 the index on the fast ready side. Well, Glenn Domingue and Double A Stocker doing double duty. NHRAnumbers.com. Glenn Sign Design. Big sponsors here, the Midwest Class Racers. And Glenn Domingue in the Camaro. We're on the Auto Value side. Both drivers have excellent reaction times. Reaction time's in the teens. Now the winner, well, that's going to be that Glenn Domingue, running closer to his index for the win. Super stock, quarterfinal, stock, super stock. Need you to the lanes. Stock, super stock, need you to the lanes. Time of day where we're in the quarterfinals for all the classes. Gotta give these competitors a little bit of time to cool down. In that neighborhood of 20 minutes in between each time they run before we'll see them again. A lot of nice shade up here in the staging lights. I'll just bring back up and park underneath the shade. Not too much shade in the pit area unless you got an awning out, and with as windy as it is, most of the awnings I see are up. Time right now is 4:20. We're waiting on stock, super stock. Looks like all the cars are in the lane, so we're just going to do the lane flipping, rock, paper, scissors, whatever. Get on with the quarterfinals of stock, super stock. $5,000 is going to be going to the winner. Here today, the 7th annual CTECH Badger Classic. Now here comes the stock, super stock. I hear Randy Klein's car fired up. Now Randy's got the buyer on this run. This morning at 9 o'clock, we had 104 stock, super stock cars. We've fought, kicked, scratched. We're down to 7. $185 the dial for Dustin Nelson. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. This is your call to the staging lanes. Quarterfinals. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Need you guys to the lanes for the next round. It's going to bring up all the DeForest battle. Now Larry DeForest on the Fast Freddy side, the dad. 956, Aeronautics car. And that's his son Jason. Jason out of Oak Grove, Minnesota, the GTC automatic car. Aeronautics a sponsor. So pick your favorite. This father-son matchup here in the quarterfinals. Team DeForest on the line. Only one will move on with a chance to win the $5,000. Green light start. There's a definite reaction time advantage. That's going to go to Jason DeForest, who's going to get the win. Jason goes 0-1-0 on reaction time. Runs 888 on the 885 dial. Here comes Randy Klein. Now Randy in the Nomad on Lincoln, Nebraska. I thought Randy was just going to stage the car and back out of the beams. But Randy says, nuh-uh, no way. I'm going to make a pass. So I'm going to shut up. Listen to this little 265 combo. Chevy Nomad. Well, it's a good thing Randy had the buy run. Randy spins the tires hard on the launch, and he's going to be coming back, fortunately for him, for the semifinals. Looking at the starting line, he looked like he's in the groove. Tacky down there, so I don't know if Randy was just trying to go super fast and get a good run for the next round. But that Nomad usually leaves with the wheels 2 feet in the air. He got up and shook, and Randy's like, you know what? I'll just come back and play the next round. Superstock, Nostalgia Superstock, second call. Need you guys to the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock to the lanes the next round. Nostalgia, Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car, final call. Need you in the lanes. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car class, quarterfinals. Up on the fast ready side, that's Bruce Lang from Marathon, Wisconsin, 950 the index for Bruce. Todd Norad, Todd out of Stacy, Minnesota. Now the 1075 dial for Todd. This is the Nostalgia class, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. Now Bruce Lang going a bunch of rounds. Runner up in the Gambler race on Friday. Looking to add a little more money. Now I'm going to say Bruce has got his work cut out. See what happens down the track. Now the wind line in a double breakout. That's going to go to Todd Norad. Now Bruce Lang, his reaction time started with a 1. That's usually not too good. Now we're going to bring up Christopher Takis. I just saw that Takis kid, but he's double entered and going rounds in both the Muscle Index and the Nostalgia class. He's out of Thunder Bay, Ontario. And Jim Kruger, Jim out of Sparta, Wisconsin, 975 to the 1050. Takis is going to get a head start, and Kruger's going to try to run him down. Good thing when your reaction time starts with a 3 and your opponent starts with a 0. Now it's going to bring up Doug Duell and Brent Wheeler. Doug Duell, Newboro, Indiana, ATI Performance Parts, the Dragon Wagon, 925 the index. Brent Wheeler, Watsonville, Georgia, 975 the index for Brent Wheeler. Nostalgia Superstock, well, he's number 1 in the world. Going to go over to Brent Wheeler, runs dead on at 9. At a 500s in the bank, leaving a starting line. That's all he needed against Doug Duell. And Brent Wheeler going to be moving on to the semifinals. Again, we're going to give our starting line crew a chance to touch up the starting line and get it ready for semifinal action in all the classes. Once again, we're going to be down for a little bit. We need these drivers to be safe, and we need the cars to get cooled down so we can put on a great show for it. But we're in the semifinals. Current time is 4:40. Fans in attendance and drivers. Concession stand is open, and if you want to get yourself a Rock Falls souvenir this weekend, merchandise area and racer registration is open. Grab yourself a Rock Falls t-shirt. I want to say everybody that's involved here this weekend, we had a great time. Had some weather issues, got through that yesterday, put on a pretty good show today. Friday was an awesome show. Friday we ran the Midwest Factory Finishes Race of Champions, Midwest Factory Finishes Stick Challenge. Got through all that. Had a great time. Even ran a gambler's race on Friday. Right now we're giving the drivers a little time to cool down. We're giving our track starting line personnel time to touch up the starting line. We're down to the semifinals in all classes. Now we're down to the semifinals. I'm going to give these ladies and gentlemen some time to cool down a little bit. Been running them pretty hard. Current time right now is 4:40. We'll be back probably in about another 15 minutes with the semifinals. So attention in the pits. 15 minutes. We'll be calling you up for the semifinals. Ladies and gentlemen, calls going out to the Muscle Car Index. Muscle Car Index semifinals. Need you to the staging lanes. Once again, the Muscle Car Index semifinals. Need you to the staging lanes. Stock semifinals, need you to the lanes. Stock Super Stock semifinals, need you to the lanes. It's getting that time of the day where we're looking to hand out the big checks. We got the Muscle Car Index semifinals in the lanes. And this is the call for Stock Super Stock. Stock Super Stock semifinals, need you to the lanes. Action. Got the Muscle Car Index class coming up. Semifinals. The first pair up, that's going to be that Dalton Johnson, big block Sean powered, pump gas car, the two-time defending champion. He's going to be over on the auto value side, looking to make it 3. After 5, we're in the semifinals. All cars, all classes. Got a couple of unique things going on. Christopher Dacus, well, he's still in the semifinals in both the Muscle Car Index and the Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. Coming up right now, though, we got that Dalton Johnson. Talked to you about him earlier. He's going to be taking on Kevin Whiter. Kevin out of Friendly, Minnesota. 975, the index for Kevin. That Roadrunner. Dalton Johnson, well, that's a 69 Camaro. So pick your favorites. Got a Mopar, got a Chevrolet. We got Wisconsin, we got Minnesota. Get ready to hand out the big checks. You got to get through the semifinals. The index for Glenn. InjuryNumbers.com. Glenn Sign Design. What's up, watch for Domingue. Christopher Dacus out in front. Can Glenn run Christopher down? Well, they're ripping on the top end. Christopher Dacus runs dead on one. Gonna get the win. Glenn Domingue broke out, but it didn't matter. Christopher Dacus was in control. It goes 0.28 on the reaction time to Glenn Domingue's 0.80. Christopher Dacus never looked behind. So Chris will be coming back in the final round. He's also in the Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car semifinals. Here we go with the semifinals. In that stock Superstock class, Jason DeForest, John McLaughlin. Jason the Aero Onyx car. It's an old 15 Chevy Cobalt. 885 the dial. John McLaughlin, 1107. The draft in North Dakota, Plymouth Roadrunner. Red light start. Double O2 red. Gonna get the win to Jason DeForest. Jason gonna be coming to the final round. 895 for DeForest as he backs off. Now check out this matchup. Got Randy Klein and Mike Mans. Mike Mans of Fast Shocks. Pontiac Firebird. Rogers, Minnesota. 867 the dial for Mike Mans on the Fast Freddy side. And that's at Randy Klein. It's a Chevy Nomad. It's out of Lincoln, Nebraska. 1097 the dial for Randy Klein. Now Mike's going to have to be patient and wait. A little better than 2 seconds. Watches Randy Klein drive away. Now Randy Klein left before the ring was activated. And Mike Mans gonna get the easy win. Randy Klein went up on the converter. Randy Klein went up on the converter. The car rolled forward through the beams. Unfortunate for Randy Klein. Mike Mans, Jason DeForest, going to be your finals in Superstock. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. Semifinals. This is your first call to the staging lanes. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. This is your first call to the staging lanes. Semifinals. Attention in the pits, second call, Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Cars, second call. Need you to the staging lanes for the semifinals. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Cars, semifinals. Need you to the staging. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. Final call. Need you to the stage, Unites. They're in the registration office. They got a Dodge Ram key fob on it. So if you're missing your keys, you're turned into the racer registration. Here we go with the semifinals. In the Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. Well, this is Brent Wheeler. Watkins, Georgia. He's got the bot. He was the runner-up last year, I believe. The Nostalgia Superstock Series. He's the reigning world champ. Here he is. Good work. Semi-finalist. Now Brett Wheeler, 972, 7, 137. He coming back for the finals. Oh, who's he gonna face? Is it gonna be that Todd Norad? 1075 for NORAD. Christopher Dacus, 1050. See how this plays out on the top end. Now the wind light in a double breakout situation, going to go to NORAD, run closer to the index. All the good news for Christopher Dacus, well, he's in the final of the muscle car class. Fortunately, we're not going to see him back to chance to double up. NORAD gets the win as he runs closer to the index. Now we're going to do a little starting line prep and get ready for our final rounds. we're doing a little touch-up on the starting line. Current time is now 5:25. And give you about a 15-minute heads up. We're going to be running all final rounds in about 15 minutes. Once again, we're doing some starting line prep. Get ready for the final round. Listen for your call to the staging lane, the finalists, in about 15 minutes. Get ready to hand out the big checks. Racers, race fans that stuck with us through this weekend. Had some obstacles, had some great racing. Final rounds for the final race are coming up. I want to thank you and everybody involved here with the Midwest Class Racers, the folks at CTECH that presented this race here, and everybody else, all the other sponsors and Summit and Kurt Anderson and Autocraft Group and Bruce Lang and the B&K Trucking Group, Midwest Class Racers, on behalf of myself, I thank you for sticking with us. We got winner circle interviews coming up after the finals. Both the winner and runner-up will have photo opportunities and hand out the big checks at the base of the tower after the final round. Right now the time is now 5:30. These drivers, another 10-15 minutes, we'll be calling them up for the final round. Starting line is all tacky and good. We're just waiting for the drivers to get a little chance to get cooled down, get hydrated, get ready for the finals. Muscle car index, final round. This is your call to the staging lanes. Remaining competitors in the muscle car index, final round. This is your call to the staging lanes. Attention in the pits. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car. This is your call to the staging lanes. Final round. Stock Superstock, Stock Superstock final. This is your call to the staging lanes. Stock Superstock. This is your call. Final round to the staging lanes. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car, second call. Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car, final round, second call. 1050 the index. And Kevin Whiter. Kevin out of Fridley, Minnesota. 975. The index for Kevin. Final round. Classic, old school, Mopar versus Chevrolet. Got a Roadrunner, got a Camaro. See if Christopher Tackus can take some money north of the border. Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada driver, over on the Ottawa Valley side. And Fridley, Minnesota, represented over on the Fast Freddy side. Final call, Nostalgia Superstock. Final call. Stock, Superstock. This is your second call. Final rounds. Put a period and an exclamation point. The 7th annual CTECH Badger Classic. Carefully staging up. And by carefully, I mean nobody's moving. Tackus is in. Kevin is in. And a green light start. 1,000th of a second. Separate them at the starting line. Let's see what happens here in the big end. Christopher Tackus goes 0.36. Kevin Whiter goes 0.35. Gonna win the win. Runs dead on 2. Tackus a couple over. Margin of victory 0.28 at the stripe. The winner, Kevin Whiter out of Fridley, Minnesota. Final on this nostalgic side of things. Nostalgia Superstock, Nostalgia Muscle Car. And then we got the Stock Superstock final. Midwest Class Racer Stock Superstock final. Gonna be that Jason DeForest and that Michael Manns. 2 bad, fast hot rods. The final round. Here comes the final of the Nostalgia class. Brett Wheeler is in the final again. He was a runner-up last year, looking to improve 1 spot. Side 975, Todd Norad. Todd out of Stacy, Minnesota. Chevy Nova, 1075, the index for Todd. See how this one plays out. Final round. Nostalgia class. Well, we're going to have a race. Green light start, both drivers. One driver has 1,320 feet later. That green light start, a couple thousandths of a second is all that separates them on the starting line. Wind light gonna go, well, that's to that Jason DeForest. 885.8 gets the win. Margin of victory, listen to this, 007. 007 margin of victory for Jason DeForest. I'm going to say that's less than about 4 inches. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm down here in the winner's circle with the winner, the muscle car index class, Kevin Welter. Kevin of Stacy, Minnesota, Plymouth Roadrunner. Tell me about your day. Tell me what happened here.
It's just a great day. I'm just happy to be here.
So now tell me what happened in the final round. Christopher Takis, absolutely no slouch, one of the better bracket racers here in our area. How'd the final round go?
Good. Just ran my race.
Ran your race. Hey, sometimes that's all it takes. Once again, your winner, the muscle car class, Kevin Welter. With the runner-up in the muscle car index class, Christopher Takis. Chris, you were doing double duty this weekend. You almost pulled off the opportunity for a double. Now, I've watched you race for a long, long time. You're one of the best bracket racers down here. You come down from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Walk me through your day in the final round.
Well, the day started out wondering what index I'm going to run, because yesterday I was going to run a 75, and today with the air being so much better, I knew it wasn't going to be possible to slow the car down that much, so bumped the timing up, added a carb spacer, and ran the 50 index. I actually had to throw some weight into it, but then everything was just rolling so well and just dropped like a fly.
Well, hey, sometimes that's what happens. Car's been going a lot of rounds. Like I said, I've been watching you bracket race quite a bit. You've been all over the country bracket racing. You think something like that helps you in these situations when you hop in multiple cars in multiple classes, I guess I should say?
Yeah, I definitely think the seat time helps. This car actually dropped the motor in it 3 weeks ago, so it's got a whole brand new motor in it. We just changed the rear end gears as well, so it was kind of a new combo this weekend, and it was a lot of figuring it out.
Well, looks like you got it figured out. Almost, almost. Again, your runner-up in the Muscle Car Index class, this is Christopher Takis. circle with the winner of the Nostalgia Superstock Nostalgia Muscle Car Combo, Mr. Brent Wheeler. Brent, you came all the way from Georgia last year up here, 1 round short. Closed the deal this year. How's that feel?
Very good, especially doing it with my daughters with me. So it's I don't know, it's a good day. It's always a good day when you get late in the rounds.
So again, you brought your daughters up here to Minnesota. First trip north for them?
They've been to Joliet. I think that's as far as they've been.
All right. So we got them over in Wisconsin now. Walk me through the final round. What happened there in the final? Been kind of a long weekend here. Got through it. I know we've been talking quite a bit with the Nostalgia Group as a representative of yourself and Bruce Lang. This is kind of what happened in the final.
He was 200s better on the tree. We got down there and I couldn't get there and turned him loose and it worked out for me.
You know, sometimes as it happens, you know, it's